Hello, and welcome everybody. Hope you're doing great. And welcome to another learning stream. Today we're gonna continue what we started yesterday, and we'll try to learn ASP.NET Core Identity more, and we'll probably try to set up the OpenIDICT library to set up OpenID server. Hello, Aninia. How are you? But yeah, yesterday we've created an empty MVC project and scaffolded the identity pages that seem to be working just fine. Also, I can get rid now of this SQLite database. But yeah, I want to try two things. I will probably leave it as an MVC project, but I'm just curious, how would it look like if I would create just a normal Razor Pages project? So maybe we can start with that. I need the help page. So yeah, we don't care about the Blazor. We need the Razor Pages right now. And yeah, we're gonna create another SQLite. Unfortunately, there is no built-in Postgres template, but that's okay. So let's do this. So this is gonna be identity test 2. Right. And let's take a look what's inside. So yeah, we have areas identity pages. Oh, and pages. Huh. Yeah, in the MVC version, we don't have the pages, we have views and controllers. Home, shared. Index privacy. Not even sure what I prefer. Because yeah, we will have to scaffold the identity pages anyway, and we will have to basically do that with the razor pages. There is no other way. Except we could theoretically just throw all this away, and instead of using this identity UI package, we could just create our own. But I don't know. Still can't decide about that. Our old identity server, that was just a single MVC app. And do we have like a complete layout here? Yeah, HTML and all this stuff. In this one, where is that shared layout? I see. I don't even know. Like, to me, it's a little bit weird that we have to use identity razor pages for identity, but the rest of our app is in MVC. But maybe that's okay. Just I would like to have it unified, but maybe it's better that we just deal with that the way it is. Yeah, this one doesn't even initialize any kind of MVC. Everything is in the pages, all except the data. Data pages. And where is the lockout, for example, here? Right. Another thing that I wanted to check is how is our MVC dealing? When it's flashing the exclamation point like that, you're supposed to type exclamation point fish again to catch the fish. Otherwise, yeah, it will just stop. You would have to wait for the next time for it to bite. So what I wanted to check is, for example, login controller. Login controller. What do we have here? Login model. like, I don't like everything crammed into a single. Finally managed to use the beach umbrella while fishing. Yeah, it's just a normal chair. Chairs appear when you sit down, and fishing makes you sit down, basically. There we go. It turned around. So I don't even know what to do here. Like, on one hand, I would like to reuse the default logic as much as possible, just because when they do update it, I want to have it like almost the same as I had. On the other hand, I need to localize everything, basically. Like here, for example, model errors. I need to wrap that in the translation thing. So I don't know what to do, to be honest. My old identity server is pure MVC. And the problem is, like, I would need to port everything from the existing thing, like thing existing in .NET, into the new MVC instances. Don't even know how to describe this. But yeah, not sure. So login, I wanted to compare the actions. So post action for login, return URL, external logins, model state. What is this? Identity server. Yeah, another thing is I need to move away from the identity server to OpenEdict. And this is gonna require even more modifications to this code base. So I don't even know what to do. So let's see if model is valid. What are we doing? Sign in manager, password sign in async, email password, remember me, lookout, check if it succeeded. Oh yeah, another thing that we have is the localizations, the preferred locale. This is annoying. So here in successful login, they just redirect. In my implementation, I need to update the last login date. We don't even have it in the default identity test. In the default identity table, yeah, it's not there. But yeah, in case of identity server, it was there. Preferred locale. We update the user. Login history, I need that as well. Crap. I think I would actually have to completely ditch the existing UI for this, for identity, and just implement the MVC from scratch. And I would prefer to have a proper MVC instead of the Razor pages. And in case they update something, I would just, yeah. So why am I even bothering with that? So if I'm gonna modify everything heavily as I plan to, like at least localization is gonna replace every single text occurrence. If I'm gonna do that, if I'm gonna put OpenIDict on top of that, if I'm gonna add new fields to the user profile, if I'm gonna add localization switch and store it in the database, all of that means that so yeah, when you see the fishing rod pulling like that with the exclamation point flashing, you just run the fish command again and you catch whatever was biting. You catch the fish. So I just caught a catfish. And then I can fish again. So that's the new fishing minigame. But yeah, like back to our identity thing, I think I will actually ignore everything here. Well, except we can just copy some functionality. But yeah, because I will have so much custom modifications, and I want the code to be actually nicely structured, I can just implement everything in MVC. This can be like mostly copied, it's not a big deal. Like instead of page, I'm gonna use like view or whatever that was for MVC. Like the logic here is very minimal, the default logic. Just to tie everything together, the actual implementation is here, for example, in the user manager, which is good. And if I have all these modifications, like let's say if I keep with the Razor pages, That would mean that when they update something and I want to migrate that update into, like incorporate that update into my application, I would have to scaffold the identity thing, the identity UI pages into my project, replacing everything that I had, and then spend a lot of time in Git basically trying to figure out what are the changes and do I want them or do I want them back, because everything's gonna be like, everything's gonna revert my changes and I would have to cancel that and only keep the changes that they incorporated. So instead of doing that, I can just have a separate MVC setup, separate templates. And if I want, let's say, if I want to update the identity UI, I can, again, just import the UI library. That's not a problem. Scaffold it. It's going to be separate. Or just compare the changes in the Git, what they did, and incorporate the changes that I want back into my project. Okay, this is going to be the way to do this thing. But for the test project, what I wanted to try is I wanted to try OpenAdict. Yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do. So identity is gonna be re-implemented in my new UI. I don't have to use the identity UI. I can just have my own implementation. If we do that, then I would also probably have the same localization that I already have. Maybe I can completely reuse most of the code. I would need to check. But yeah, except I would have to throw away everything regarding identity server. But okay. Yeah, this is gonna be it. This is how we're gonna do it. So let's forget about this project. I saw what it does. Yeah, it's basically placing everything in the Razor pages. That's okay. That's fine. I don't want to use that. And I don't need to set up this project. We already have this one. So for this one, let's close everything. For this one, we have everything scaffolded yesterday. I don't really need to do anything here, but that's fine. we had our migrations for Postgres. Oh, one thing that I wanted to try is to use I wanted to try and use my old password and see how compatible is that. Like old test default password from the previous system. So let's say admin. No, that's not the admin that I'm looking for. Who is the admin? Test, I think. Where is the creation date? So ID username, normalized username, email, normalized email, email confirmed, password hash, security stamp. Let's create a new one. This test. Right, we don't have logins, we have emails, but sure. Email confirmed true. Passwords. We don't have phone number, we don't have that. We don't have, well, we'll have the lookout enabled. Okay, let's try to start up the server. And let's try to log in with test at example org, and pass is the same. We can't. I'm pretty sure that's the password. Maybe security stamp includes the username or something. Let's try this. Nope. That's bad. Because I would like to keep the passwords without forcing the reset. Is the password actually correct? Let me check. No, it's not correct. So what's the password then for my test account? Or is it not the test account? Is it admin? Maybe that's the admin. Yeah, that's the admin. Okay. And what's the password for the test? I looked out. Okay, let's copy the admin instead. Because then I don't remember the password for the test account. So if we do this, then our email is this. No. There we go. Okay. So passwords are working. It's the same identity system. Good. Really great. Really great. So yeah, I guess we can reuse the same identity system. It's just we need to replace the identity server with the OpenIDICT, and we need to implement new functionality that we are missing, like external logins. Actually, that should work in theory. And two-factor authentication. But okay, now I have an idea that's really good. Now, let's play with OpenIDICT. Also, they had the samples. We were interested in, where is that? Yeah, Countryum. I don't know how to pronounce that thing. But yeah, this is also based on ASP.NET Core Identity and the Identity UI, I'm pretty sure. Huh. I don't actually see the UI. Authorize. I'm curious why you have username and normalized username in the database. This is the database for ASP.NET Core Identity, and this is their default structure. But so this is not me who come up with this structure, but I, on the server side of the game, I actually have something similar, but I'm not using that technically because I'm connecting to OpenID. Never mind. So the whole idea of having separate username and normalized username is normalized username is always converted to either uppercase or lowercase. Certain special characters are also replaced, like for example, for languages that use what is called like umlauts and stuff like that, special characters above like normal Latin characters. That gets converted to just plain characters. And the idea is if you type in your username and password, uppercase, lowercase, or if you like add some special characters that don't really matter for authentication, it gets ignored. So when the when you, for example, press login, it will convert the username that you're entering in the form to normalized version of that, and it will try to find corresponding user by that normalized username in the database, not but by the original one, but by the normalized. And then, yeah, the authentication process proceeds, and then when you end up in the profile page, we display your normal original username that you entered, the one that you want to have like displayed with proper like upper lowercase, and we don't care about that. Basically, we ignore all that special stuff like uppercase, lowercase characters, special characters for the login process, but we still can display the original username that you chose everywhere else. So like, for example, on your profile page, in your settings and stuff like that. So that's the reason for two separate fields. But yeah, this is just like normal practice, and this is the database structure for ASP.NET Core Identity. They do it like that. But yeah, it's a good practice to do it like this. Okay, so display username versus what you use for logic. Yeah, is there a reason for why you wouldn't do this in the application logic rather than having separate all uppercase, lowercase? Just for optimization purposes. This is like universal across any database management system. It's really easy to put a unique index on that without having to configure the database for some like specific language. So yeah, it's just much more universal and more database agnostic. So this approach will work for anything, for SQLite, for MySQL, for Postgres, for whatever you want. But if you would rely on database to do the normalization, then you would have to watch for example, in MySQL, you would have to pick specific collation for the column that ignores case. That is some kind of like generic collation, and it would still probably be tricky with like special characters, even though we don't care about those special characters for authentication purposes. So yeah, it's like a more universal solution. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so let's try to integrate OpenADict. Yeah, they do recommend to start with samples repository, but I'm not gonna do that. I'll try to actually follow this guide and integrate it into like imaginary existing project, this test project that we created yesterday. Yeah, for now, I'm just gonna ignore that we have identity pages as razor pages. What I'm interested in is the actual OpenADict integration and how it compares to identity server. So if you don't want to start from one of the recommended samples, you need to reuse an existing project or create a new one. When creating a new project using Visual Studio's default ASP.NET Core template, using individual user accounts authentication. Yes, this is what we are using. Strongly recommended as it automatically includes the default ASP.NET Core identity UI. Yeah, this is what we have based on Razor pages. Should you later need to implement user authentication flow like authorization code flow? Right, I didn't even consider that OpenADict can actually exist on its own without .NET Core identity. This Contrium, I don't know how to pronounce this. Let's agree on Contrium, I don't know. Doesn't use, I believe. Yeah, it doesn't use identity at all. It does use SQLite, though. I didn't see any SQLite usages, though. No, wait. They do. So what do they have? Razor pages, sure. Database context, the SQLite. Oh yeah, OpenADict needs a database. I forgot about that. So this is what they use on SQLite for. Okay, add authentication. Cookie authentication defaults. Cookie. Quartz, sure. Add OpenADict, Entity Framework Core. That server. Yeah, no mentions of any kind of user authentication. And no identity. I see. User info request. Register the custom event handler responsible for populating user info responses. Yeah, this sample doesn't use identity. And yeah, this is how they seed the database. But this is specifically for OpenADict. I see. So this is why we saw, where was the login? Sign in. They just do, for testing purposes, I guess they just compare the username to a predefined one. And they populate with some dummy data. I see. Okay, do they have an actual sample for identity? No, at least they don't mention that in the README. Let's take a look again. Client credentials demo. No, this is not what we need. Authorization code flow demo with Blazor WASM application. This could be interesting. Here they probably do have identity. Yeah, here they do have the identity, but this is the Blazor project. Okay, so maybe we will take a peek into this as well, at least to compare how they interact with identity. This is what we were looking for yesterday. Back and forth fronted Blazor. No. Blazor web with interactive auto mode. What is that? Back and forth frontend with YARP. Resource owner, password credentials, demo. No. Refresh token grant demo, device authorization flow demo, authorization code flow demo using minimal APIs, and GitHub delegation. GitHub delegation for user authentication with the .NET console acting as the client. Authorization code flow demo with an ASP.NET Core application acting as a client. So what do they use for the server? Identity. And this is an MVC project against the controllers and identity pages. This is probably the closest to what we need, I believe. Add identity, application user identity role. Quartz. This is probably the closest thing to what we need. One thing that I don't really understand is why do we have client portion of OpenIDICT on the server? Do we need it? This sample uses the code flow, but you can enable the other flows if necessary. Register the sign-in and encryption credentials. Register ASP.NET Core host and configure .NET Core specific options. Redirection endpoint. Why? Register system.NET HTTP integration and use the identity of the current assembly as a more specific user agent, which can be useful when dealing with providers. Don't use the user agent as a way to throttle requests. Right? Is this needed for like external authentication? No, because identity has external authentication built in. Web providers. What is this? GitHub. This specific one. No. I was thinking about the previous one that has GitHub delegation, but maybe this does the same thing. Not sure. Server components, validation. Routing. Map controllers, map resort pages. Map default controller route. This is the seeding thing. MVC client application. Weird. But okay, this is another thing that we can look into. This is the Blazor, right? Yeah, this is the Blazor. I'm not interested in that. Authorization could flow with integrated Windows authentication support. No. Minimal APIs with 2 hard-coded user identities in the .NET console. No. Okay, so I have 2 projects that we can pick into. And again, I'm not gonna start from one of these projects. I actually need to implement the thing from scratch. I don't think we actually override the user. No, we don't. So this is another thing that I need to implement. I need to override the identity user class. Probably I can just copy this, but let's create a new one. Okay, and we need to use it. Also, yeah, I need to find everything related to identity user and user replication user. Probably can just rescaffold everything instead of trying to replace all of that crap. Scaffold. This should also contain the user class. Yeah, user class -u, name of the user class to generate. Okay. Let's try to scaffold again. We need the DB context class name. We skip the files, we scaffold everything. We do -u. Do we need to specify the full name or just the class name? I think the full name. Let's see what it says. It should warn us, not warn us, but actually throw an error that there are files to be overwritten. But I want to see what it's gonna say besides that. User class cannot be used to specify a user class when using an existing DB context. Huh? Probably I did it wrong. One sec. Customize it. Oh, wait. There it is. It's custom user data. We need to follow this properly. To custom properties. So we created our MVC, sure. Identity scaffolder, we did run that. Ah. Ah. Wait. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna overwrite the files, which is fine. No database provider found for a new DB context. Why can't we use cannot be used to specify a user class when using an existing DB context? I don't really understand, so let's see. Make the custom user data model with the personal data attribute. I don't understand. Name of the DB context to use or generate if does not exist. Why is my avatar keeps trying to open its mouth? 1 second. Tried to fix it but couldn't. The mic is picking up the music. Oh, this is stupid. Yeah, it's the mic. It's picking up the music from my headphones, I guess. You cannot hear that on stream, but YouTube Studio hears that. It still can pick it up. What the hell? Okay, at least I know where to look for this thing. I'll try to fine tune it later. Because yeah, I did test it without the music. Testing. Well, we can maybe work with this setting. Okay. So, sorry, back to this identity thing. Why can't I create a user for an already existing context? It creates the context by default, so this documentation is not correct already. Like when you do this, it creates the DB context right away. Yeah, this documentation is not correct. I'm 100% sure because yeah, when we do this, it creates an app with a DB context, and then you cannot use this thing because actually, let's see, what if I do this without specifying the context? It's gonna mess up my project, I'm pretty sure. SQL Server, but okay, -- force overwrite everything. It's a test project, so not a big deal. Okay. We don't have anything. Where is my user? It didn't do anything. We're still using npg-SQL. We're still using identity user. What do we have here? Oh, there it is. But I didn't update my program, right? This class is never getting used. No. Okay. At least we know what to do, how to configure this. At least I think I know. So let's move this thing into here. Yeah. Identity user. Context needs to be changed. Hate the class options. Let's create a proper constructor for this. Identity context. There we go. Now I can get rid of this. The pages, though, they're still using it, right? But okay, I think now I know. We're gonna regenerate the pages, but actually use the context. Right, I need to fix this thing first. And probably I need to delete the identity area that we scaffolded, yeah, because it tries to build the project, but it can't. So let's, yeah, delete that. Scaffold. There we go, it's doing something. Login. Yay, it picked up our new user key. That's good. So now we need to, I guess, run migrations. Yeah, no migrations needed. Right. So I guess it should be fine. We change the context to use this custom user models. We don't have anything there. Yeah, it's just the program where we needed to swap the identity. So what is this at default identity once again? There was something about it yesterday. Yeah, this thing. At default identity was introduced in ASP.NET Core 2.1. Calling at default identity is similar to calling the following: add identity, add default UI, add default token providers. I see. So probably in my real project, I don't need to call the add default UI. Okay. But okay, that's not my concern. So what I want to try is, yeah, add a custom field. So we scaffold that. That worked, even though the documentation is not correct. You cannot do that after you created just a normal MVC with the individual authentication. But okay, we did that. Yeah, let's try to see if it's still working. No. Like, isn't this thing supposed to add the services? Razor page activator. I hate this. I don't think I would ever prefer Razor pages over proper MVC, at least because of that. So who the hell triggers this? Create, activate info. What's the actual page that requested that? But yeah, basically that's any page, right? So probably the partial at the top. No idea. Login partial. Ah! Wait. Yeah, it wants to access the identity user. There we go. So we need application. Wait, first of all, now I can actually try to find the identity user. And yeah, this is the only usage. So yeah, we just replace this with application user. And we should be good. All the identity user mentions are just in the migrations. So now we should be good. There we go, login, admin at example.org. There we go. We are logged in. Everything seems to be working. Okay. That's good. Now, now what we need to do is, I wanted to add a custom property just to be sure that it actually works. Name. What do we have here? Username, phone number. Yeah, let's add this name. Or what do we have in our old system? Oh, we didn't have that as a field, we had that as a claim. But okay, let's add name. Like they suggest, sure. So we add this thing. Personal attribute, yeah, that's great. Now we do account manage index. Account manage index. Yeah, first we go into the C# file. We add a new field to our input model. Input model, phone number, name. Key. Initializer. Form. On post async. After setting phone number. Okay. Update user async. Okay. And now we also need to add the form. Above this. Update register. Well, I'm not gonna update register actually. I see what they're doing. I just wanted to test one custom field that we can set in on the profile page. Add migrations. Add column, name, text, and drop column. Looks good. Let's add that into our database. That's our name column. Good. So now, in our profile, oh, I didn't start the actual project. Full name. So we cannot save because this is required now, although it's not marked as required. Okay, now admin. Save. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so that looks to be perfectly fine. So back to, yeah, we implemented that. Now we have an actual application user. Let's continue trying to add OpenADdict to our existing thing. So reference these two packages. Register your entity core database context to configure OpenADdict core services in program or startup. So we add DB context right here. Add DB context. Let's make it a proper method or function. So yeah, we do that. We use npg-sql. Register the entity sets needed by OpenADdict. Use the generic overload if you need to replace the default OpenADdict entities. Okay, then OpenADdict core. Configure the OpenADdict server instances. Okay. We added the core, now we add the server. Connect token. Allow credentials flow. Yeah, for now we're gonna just use the credentials flow. Theoretically, it's not gonna, it's not gonna use the actual entities. Make sure the ASP.NET Core authentication middleware is correctly registered in the right place. So routing course, we don't have that yet. Use authentication, use authorization. Whereas we don't have authentication. Isn't map static files, map controller, razor pages. Create your own authorization controller. Implementing a custom authorization controller is required to allow OpenADdict to create tokens based on the identities and claims you provide. Here's an example of the client credentials grant. Okay, so let's create a controller. Let's try to just copy all of this into the class and see what happens. Probably that's not the correct namespace. Let's take a look at this example. Controllers, authentication controller. Huh. Can I convert from string to system and security principal identity? System security claims. Yeah. Authentication MVC. Instructions ASP.NET Core. Weird. Maybe it's outdated, I don't know. What is this identity? I believe this is the overload that we need. This is because we don't have the claims. Claims name. Where does this come from? Claim types. There we go. That makes sense. Subject. Scopes. It's not there. Claims subject. System security claims. JSON Web Tokens. Ah, there they are. There they are. Okay, I see. This is what I needed. There we go. Okay. So we implemented that. Register your client application, for instance, using a setup script or directly in program CS before the host starts. I will do that later. We need to migrate the application. I will do that later. So first of all, let's see. Let's see what database update says. It should say that we have unfinished migrations. Yeah, painted model changes. So let's create. Hello, where is it? Add. How is it called properly? OpenEdict. Let's see how it looks like. Create table OpenEdict applications. OpenEdict scopes. Authorizations. Tokens. Indexes. Scopes. Okay, looks nice. Looks nice. Also, I'm curious now, what if we would delete all the migrations and the snapshot and then create a migration? Would it create the identity schema for Postgres? So do we actually need this 00 schema, this migration? Probably we can just delete it. Well, I'll try to do that in a moment. First of all, we need to update our database now. There we go. Applications, type client ID, client secret. Okay. That's good. Integrating with remote server instance. Maybe this is why. Yeah, this is why that project, that sample project, had a client at registration. So what is this? The OpenID client is a universal auth2.0 client ID, OpenID Connect.NET client that can be used in both web applications or desktop applications. Most of the settings apply to both web and desktop applications, but interactive flows like the code or implicit flows require specific integration. Yeah, that makes sense. Implementation in non-interactive or Auth 2.0 client in any .NET application. No. Interactive OpenID Connect client, core application. Interactive Connect in a mobile. Weird. So why does that sample project contains the client? Really weird. I don't understand that, but okay. Now, how do we have the OpenID Connect endpoints? So, for example, if we go to well-known OpenID well-known OpenID configuration. Don't think it's gonna work now. No. Oh, wait, it's not right. I think I would actually have to... No, wait, it works. Oh, wow, it works. We have the discovery document. Issuer token endpoint, connect token, JW keys. Oh, wow, we have the keys. And yeah, it's handled by OpenID. Wow, nice. I was thinking that maybe we would actually have to implement this endpoint, like implement the controller, but maybe point that controller into the OpenID service. But no, the discovery works. Huh. So what do we actually need to implement to make it actually work? Configuration, application permissions. So what do I have here? Client secret, client type, concurrency token, consent type. You know what? Let's copy that sample code. Let's put it here. That's those stupid context constants. Where was that? The controller. Key. So let's try to add this. See what happens. There we go. Have our service worker. Let's comment that out. So let's take a look what we have here. Application type is null. What are the options for that? It also says the application type associated with the application. Super descriptive documentation. And what is the application type? Can you tell me? Client ID, client secret, client type. Like, I hate these kind of comments. Like, in my opinion, it's better to not have the comments at all than be aware that you have to actually provide proper documentation than having this. Okay, client ID, client secret, client type, concurrency token, consent type, display name, display names, JSON web key set, permissions. Permissions. So what is this? This is new, at least to me. To control and limit the auth to OpenID Connect features. Excuse me. Client applications are able to use the OpenID server stack allows assigning them a list of application permissions. If the permission corresponding to a specific feature has not been granted, the OpenID server automatically rejects the request with an error message indicating the client application is not allowed to perform the requested action. 4 categories of permissions are currently supported by the server stack: endpoint permissions, grant type permissions, scope permissions, response type permissions. Endpoint permissions limit the endpoints a client application can use. By the way, I should probably update the title. Core identity plus open addict. So if in the following example, wait, so how does that look like? Endpoint token. So you have to manually assign each permission, each endpoint permission, authorization, device authorization, introspection, and session, pushed authorization, revocation, token. In the following example, the MVC application is allowed to use the authorization and session and token endpoints but we'll get an error when trying to send an introspection or revocation request. Authorization end session token. No documentation for that. Another. Okay. Disabling endpoint permissions. If you don't want to use endpoint permissions, call ignore endpoint permissions to ignore them in the server options. But yeah, I guess most of the authorization. I'm struggling to remember the OpenID endpoints. What is the authorization compared to the token endpoint? I don't remember. OpenID authorization endpoint. Authorization, starting the authentication flow. That's the consent screen, right? Warning, flashbang. We don't have the dark theme here. Let's do it this way. So authorization. The authorization endpoint is the starting point of the OEDC authentication flow. The client application redirects the user's browser to this endpoint and the OpenID provider to authenticate the user and obtain their consent. Yes, that's the consent screen. Oh, and yeah, authentication as well. Okay. Authorization, device authorization. Was that introspection end session pushed authorization? What's that? Then see that in the docs, revocation token. But yeah, most of our apps gonna be concerned about the token end authorization. And session, yeah, I guess. For like web apps, like our wiki. Sure. Okay, grant type permissions. Authorization code, client credentials, implicit. Okay, this is nice. And custom flow name. To the custom grant type permission, you can use the following pattern. Nice. In the following example, the Postman application can only use the authorization code grant while console is restricted to the password and refresh token grants. So Postman can use authorization and token. So yeah, those two endpoints, authorization code, grant type. Console only uses token, password, and refresh token. I see. This is actually good. So in the identity server, it was just one huge table with the clients with checkboxes for each type of authentication, but it doesn't like explicitly restrict the endpoints or something like that. It's just enabling features, I guess. Disable grant type permissions, scope permissions. Scope permissions limit the scopes, standard or custom, a client application is allowed to use. Huh. So everything is crammed to these permissions. Ooh, okay. In OpenID, not OpenID, in Identity Server, it was actually a relation table where we could define separate scopes for each client. I guess here we just define everything through this permissions thing. I'm not sure if I like that, but sure. Custom scope name. So that's the endpoint token, grant type, no permissions to claims or scopes. Okay. The following example, the Angular client is allowed to request the address profile and marketing API scopes. Any other scope will result in an error being returned. Okay. Response type permission. Response type permissions were introduced in OpenID 3. Response type permissions limit the response types a client application is allowed to use when implementing an interactive flow like code implicit or hybrid. So code and ID token, code ID token. Weird, but okay. Following example, the Postman application can only use code ID token response type. Code ID token. Can we define claims that can be used per application? Scopes. I'm not sure about this. Assertion-based client authentication. As an alternative to client secrets, OpenID supports the standard private key JWT method. Okay. Authorization storage. To keep track of logical chains of tokens and user consents, the OpenID server supports storing authorizations, and also known as grants, in some OpenID Connect implementations in the database and using them. Okay, so those authorizations. Okay. ID, application ID, creation date, property scopes, status subject, that's our user, I guess, type. Types of authorization: permanent authorization, a developer-defined authorization created using the OpenEdict Authorization Manager. Create a sync API to explicitly attach to claims principal using. Such authorizations are typically used to remember user consents and avoid displaying a consent view for each authorization request. For that, a consent type can be defined per application, as in the following example. Claim destinations. Is that the audiences or what? When generating authorization codes, refresh tokens, and device user codes from the claims principal specified during a sign-in operation, the OpenEdict server stack automatically copies all the claims to the resulting codes tokens. It is self-operation because these tokens are always encrypted and can be read by anyone but OpenEdict itself. The user of the client application that requested them cannot read their content. For access and identity tokens, this works differently, as these tokens are meant to be read by different parties. So what I need is I need to include certain information in the ID token. Client applications have a total access to the claims contained in the identity tokens they receive. Research servers are expected to be able to read the claims contained in the access tokens used in the API calls. With desktop, mobile, or browser-based applications, it's generally not hard for users to access identity tokens by intercepting the HTTP response. If access token encryption was explicitly disabled, it's possible for the client applications or the users themselves to access the content of access tokens. Okay. For these reasons, OpenEdict server doesn't automatically copy the claims attached to a claims principal to access or identity tokens, except the subclaim subject, which is the only mandatory claim in OpenEdict. Okay. To allow OpenEdict to persist specific claims to an access or identity token, a flag known as claim destination must be added to each claim. Get a fish. So, to allow OpenEdict to persist specific claims to an access or identity token, a flag known as claim decoration must be added to each claim instance you want to expose. Claim decoration. To attach one or multiple destinations to a claim, use the principal set destinations extension to find an abstractions. In the typical case, granted scopes can be used to determine what claims are allowed to be copied to access and identity tokens. So let's take a look. Where is our authorization controller? This is not it. Here. Sign-in claims principal. Okay. Set scopes. But what are these scopes in the database? Descriptions. Yeah, descriptions, not destinations. Display names, name. Properties, resources. Oh, that's out. No, that's scopes, yeah. Set destination for each claim. Claim name. When claim subject has scope profile. If the profile scope was granted, allow the name claim to be added to the access and identity tokens derived from the principal. Access token, identity token. If the profile scope was granted, allow the name claim to be added. Oh, for the name, we set destination. We set destinations for each token. This is weird. I would have to basically implement a bunch of custom logic to make it work like I want. Never add the secret value claim to the access or identity tokens. In this case, it will only be added to authorization codes, refresh tokens, and user device codes that are always encrypted. Otherwise, add the claim to the access tokens only. Here, set destinations. Okay. I would prefer this to be configurable in the database though, but okay. I guess it can be different per different applications. I mean, I can make it configurable through the database if I need to, but I don't think I need to. But okay. Encryption and sign-in credentials. Okay. Mutual TLS authentication. Proof key or code exchange. Push to authorization requests. What is this? Push to authorization requests is a specification that was designed to offer integrity protected authorization requests to confidential clients by sending the actual request parameters via backchannel communication before redirecting the user agents to the regular authorization endpoint. I don't understand this. Whatever. Token formats. Yeah, we do need JWT. Token storage to keep track of all the tokens produced by its client and server features. OpenEdit creates a new entry in the database for each generated token. A token entry contains metadata like the subject of the token, the client identifier of the application it was issued to, or its creation and expiration dates. Okay. By default, the token payload generated using either Azure whatever or JWT tokens is never stored in the database except for the following types of tokens. Client feature stored tokens, server feature authorization codes, device and user codes, a key. So it doesn't store most of the tokens. That's good. It just encrypts everything within the token itself. Fine. Crap, is it gonna increase the length of my tokens that I receive from the server? Such tokens called reference tokens are not returned as is to the caller. Instead, their payload is stored in the database entry. Okay. What are the integrations? Custom application authorization. So yeah, I guess we can extend all of these tables with our custom fields if we want to. Okay. Yeah, quartz is another thing that I would need to implement. I don't need this. Web providers. Okay, I don't need that as well. Okay, let's take a look at some examples. So this one, for example, login callback. What is this? Authorization. Connect authorize. That's our consent screen. I'm not very happy with having to implement all of this by myself. consent type. Render the consent form. Authorize. And this is accept. Okay. Claims that will be persisted in the tokens. Hmm. Yeah, basically this is what they need to implement, but also like configure all of this. I would prefer this to be like actually configurable by the options instead of having to implement all of this. But okay. I don't understand what this is. Is this like external logins? Yeah. I guess this is just a way to authenticate the user with some external external providers. Authentication type, external login. An example of the API. Okay. User info. We don't have that by default, right? Token JWKS. Claims. Yeah, there is no user info endpoints. But I guess it can be configured somewhere here. Wait. Probably we can see it in program CS here. Oh, yeah. Callback login GitHub. I see. Yeah, it's server, set authorization endpoint, URIs, and session, logout, token, user info. I see. And we have what? Token endpoint, URIs, key. I see. But yeah, looks like we would have to implement most of this stuff. The library doesn't really help us with that. So yeah, quite a downgrade compared to identity server. With identity server, you can configure basically everything through the database and some like properties options like this. You don't have to implement anything basically, which is great, but yeah, here we would need to implement the endpoints ourselves. But this will just add them to the discovery document, I guess. So what are these scopes in the database? What is this for? case description. Enable authorization endpoint pass-through and session endpoint pass-through. Token. User info. Enables a pass-through mode for the OpenID Connect token endpoint. When the pass-through mode is used, OpenID Connect requests are initially handled by OpenID. Once validated, the rest of the request processing pipeline is invoked so that OpenID Connect request can be handled at a later stage in a custom middleware or in a MVC controller. So pass-through is it's not like we are passing the requests into OpenID Connect. If we set enable pass-through, that means that OpenID Connect will pass it into our application, so we can handle that in the controllers. But first it will validate it. Okay, I see. So then here, yeah, instead of getting the request from the controller, we get the request from OpenID server. Okay, I see, I understand now. Is client credential grant type. Okay. But wait. Back to this thing, authorization controller. Does it? Yeah, it involves the identity, but how? Connect authorize. Connect token. Authorize. Logout. Token. Okay. So what do we have here? Authorization code or refresh token. Yeah. Get the result. Authenticate, I think. Retrieve the claims principal stored in the authorization code refresh token. Retrieve the user profile, user manager. There it is. Retrieve by subject. Find by DA sync. Okay. If user is null, ensure the user is still allowed to sign in. Sign in manager can sign in. Okay, good. Identity claims identity. Authentication type, default authentication type. What is the default authentication type? This is the default value for system security claims. Claims identity authentication type. When creating a system security claims identity, The value is authentication types federation. To change the value, set Microsoft identity model tokens, token validation parameters authentication type to a different value. Here's the client ID as the subject identifier. Why do we use client ID as the subject identifier? Claims identity. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Identity here. Claims identity. User manager, get user ID, get email, get username, get roles. Okay. Get destinations, client claim type name, or preferred username, access token, ESCO profile identity token, email, key, role access token, security stamp. Never include the security stamp in the access and identity tokens as it's a secret value. Huh. Key. Default access token. But okay, what about the consent? Authorize. So first scenarios where the default authentication handler configured in the ASP.NET Core authentication options shouldn't be used. Specific scheme can be specified here. But yeah, basically I need to re-implement all of this, inspect this, adjust to my needs. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Basically, this means building all of this by myself. But it's okay. I think we can do that. Render the consent form. Get localized display name. How? Application manager, that's OpenAdict. Localized. Get localized display name. Please show me where it is. How does it work? How can we localize the application names? Retrieves the localized display name associated with N scope. That's scope. Scope manager. No. Application manager. Resource manager. Application manager. But okay, scope is interesting as well. I do need that. So how is it localized? And corresponding to the current UI culture or the one of its parents, if no matching value can be found, the non-localized value is returned. How can we localize this? Like, what? How does it work? Where is the implementation? Resource controller. Oh, by the way, authorization controller. That's the default controller, right? It has the default implementations. Wait. Maybe we don't have to re-implement all of this. I believe this is just the copy. Let's copy this file. Put it here. Let's get the samples. Authorization controller. What's the difference? There is some. Mainly deletions, by the way. Verify. verify, and session, Now what I'm interested in is the token authorize is the same. Just slightly different formats. And you're back. Welcome back. But the code is the same. Interesting. The code is actually the same, except some minor differences, mainly just deletions. So some stuff is missing in here. So there are default implementations. Okay, let's say we have this thing running, right? Can we connect token is overridden? But wait, it should be there. Connect authorize. Now I need this. Wait. Where is it? Here. Authorize. Now connect token is what I'm interested in. Authorize, verify, and session token. So we have basically overridden this. Exchange. So what's the difference between this? Now, to support non-interactive flows like passwords, you must provide your own token and context. So let's compare this method to the one that we copied from the docs. Oof. It's password grant type. It's using identity by default. It's password grant type. We don't really care about that. Authorization code grant type. Device code and refresh token. Get the result. User. If user is not found, sign-in manager cannot sign in. Identity. Claims identity. Override the user claims present in the principal in case they change since the authorization code refresh token was issued. So yeah, it's user ID, email, name, preferred username, roles, destination, get destinations. So yeah, the default implementation is there actually. It's just we don't really control it. So what if this is, let's see, exchange token, authorization code, token exchange. What about client credentials? Hello? Token. Is password grant type? No. Is authorization code device code refresh token? No. Is token exchange grant type? What is that? Token exchange. Of the class principal start and the subject token. Is token exchange grant type? Grant type token exchange. Yeah, what I'm interested in client credentials. Is it not supported? Interesting. So what did the doc say? Well, this. Register your client application. No. Create your authorization controller. Implementing a custom authorization controller is required to allow OpenID to create tokens based on the identities and claims you provide. Here's an example for the client credentials grant. Huh. So client credentials is not supported by default, I guess. But yeah, I wanted to find the actual implementation of localized thing. Is it this? Get display names. Oh, so that's the display names property. Wait. display name, display names for each culture. There we go. This is how we localize. Okay. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. So display name is the default, the fallback display name, right? So let's say if we have English language by default, this is what we have. In display names, we can set translations like for different languages. So if we do scope, ensure created, application manager, let's wrap this in the curly brackets. Oh my God, why is the formatting so bad? So let's do scope manager. Find by ID, right? Scopes ID. And let's say scope is gonna be, what do we have in the current thing? Scopes. Game server login. Let's say that. Then we do manager, create a sync, OpenID, scope, descriptor. And for the scope descriptor, we have description, descriptions, display name. Start with the display name. So display name equals login to the game server, right? And then display names equals that's dictionary equals culture info get culture info CAD. What else do we have? Name. What language can we use for testing? What do we have? What languages do we have? We do have Ukrainian set up here. Yes, yes. And that's UK. And I'm just gonna, instead of actually translating, I'm gonna do something like that, just to see how that works. What else do we have? Description, display names, name. What does this mean? What's the name between, what's the difference between name and display name? Properties. JSON element. Properties. And the resources. Do we have resources associated? No. Also in the properties, JSON element. Additional properties. What can we use here? Like, what I need is a way to define if the scope is required or not. Do we emphasize it or not? Something like that. But I'm not sure how to do this. Maybe it's in the constants. Algorithm, application types, native and web. Okay. Authentication method references. Authorization type. Claim. Prefixes, private audience, okay. Claim request members, client assertion types, client authentication methods, client types, confidential public, code exchange methods, consent types, destinations, errors, grant types, JSON web token types, metadata, object identifiers, parameters. Is it these parameters? No, properties. Parameters, access token. Oh, I guess that's the HTTP parameters. Permissions. Prompt values, properties. Properties, destinations. I don't know. Refresh token types, request URIs, requirements, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙴. Requirements. Is this for the applications? Permissions, properties, requirements. Aha. So yeah, I guess we can require 𝙽𝙴 authorization for a specific client through this. This is so weird. Settings, properties. Do they have any comments? No. The documentation is also not very nice. Do they have like reference? Samples, changelog, guides. Well, specification, OpenID Connect specification. Validation stack can be used to implement token authentication in your API. So, okay, I see. To offer a unified experience across all the platforms it supports, the OpenID client, server, and validation stacks were designed to avoid get coupling to specific host or platform, such as the client, server, and validation packages, deliberately don't depend on .NET Core and only contain ASP.NET Core only contain generic logic that can be used in any implementation, including non-official hosts. Okay. User authentication, pass-through support. Wait, user authentication. Like other solutions, OpenID exclusively focuses on OAuth 2 OpenID Connect protocol aspects of the authorization process and leaves the user authentication up to the implementer. OpenID can be natively used with any form of user authentication, like password, token, federated, or integrated Windows authentication. While convenient, using a membership stack of ASP.NET Core identity is not required. Pass-through support. Similarly to Auth authorization server middleware, the OpenID server allows handling authorization, logout, and token requests in custom controller actions or any other middleware able to hook into ASP.NET Core. In this case, OpenID will always validate incoming requests first by ensuring the mandatory parameters are present and valid before allowing the requests of the pipeline to be invoked. Should any validation error occur, OpenID will automatically reject the request before it reaches user-defined controller actions or custom middleware. The same exact concept also exists in the OpenID client stack. Okay. So when I do allow client credentials flow, it's still not fully implemented, right? Token request will be handled by OpenID itself by reusing the identity created by the authorized handler and starting the authorization codes. Events model. Implements a powerful event-based model for its client, server, and validation stacks. Each part of the request processing logic is implemented as an event handler that can be moved to a different position in the pipeline or replaced by a custom handler to override the default logic. Okay, I see. Degraded mode, designed to offer a low-level experience to advanced users, the degraded mode allows using OpenID in a stateless way by disabling all the features that normally depend on the OpenID core package, which includes things like client ID, client secret, or direct URI validation. Nah. Client credentials. Like the resource owner password grants, client credentials is not optional. Wait. Unlike the resource owner password credentials grant, client authentication is not optional when using the client credentials. Oh, yeah. And the OpenEdX server will always reject unauthenticated token requests. Yeah. But from what I've seen, it doesn't support the client authentication out of the box. Wait, this is sandbox. What is the sandbox? SRC. So what am I? Server controllers, authorization controller. Huh? What is the sandbox? Struggling to find the difference. Ah, ASP.NET Core, okay. Specified grant type is not supported. Token exchange, authorization code, device code, refresh token, password. Okay. But yeah, looks like it doesn't support it out of the box. Have to implement it. And this authorization controller, yeah, it doesn't extend. So this sandbox looks like internal classes, so basically sandboxes. Website. Yeah, useless. Samples. But okay, let's say this thing. This thing also doesn't support client credentials, right? Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, I constantly switch between multiple things that I'm working on. I wanted to try and create this scope, but then I get distracted by these properties and resources, tried to find some references in the documentation, couldn't do it. So yeah, I guess I would have to analyze the code if I want to do that, and finding properties in the code base is gonna be fun. Like where they are used and how they are used. That would be interesting to figure out. But yeah, I just want to create this client right now and see how that works. Scope name cannot be null or empty. What is the ID then? Scopes. Text not null. Sure. I see. So yeah, it's just a JSON object. Okay. Ah, this is the how ID looks like. I see. So here I need find by name async, at least in case of the token scope, I mean. Okay. Okay. So another thing that I really wanted to test is what if I open our test2 that we created. Oops, I meant to open it in a new window. But what if I take all the migrations away from here, move them to somewhere outside of the project? So migrations, hello? Should be gone. Oh, that's not the project. One sec. Data migrations. So if we delete all the migrations like that, and now we do, I'm gonna open that in a separate console. So now I'm gonna do .NET-EF migrate. What's the syntax? Migrations help add what's gonna be the name of the migration? initial schema. Okay, migrations. Didn't put them in the data folder. Okay, initial schema, Boolean integer. Ah, wait, that's for, okay, that's for SQLite. We didn't configure this project to use NPGSQL. Okay, sure. Then let's get rid of these migrations. Put the old ones back. And yeah, let's experiment on this identity test instead. So if we do identity test data migrations, move them outside, then we do migration set initial schema, wait, namespace is this one, yeah. Minus n. Do I need to include migrations? Matches the directory by default. Let's do cd data. .NET. This. No project was found. Minus n that. Where? I stupid. But okay, I digress. This is good. So this is the actual Postgres migrations. So instead of manually trying to adjust the migrations created by the project template, I could have just deleted the migrations and recreated them manually. ASP.NET roles, users, OpenIDict. Nice. But okay. How do we fix this? This is so stupid. output there. False to migrations. What if I, instead of using the namespace, I do -o data migrations? Perfect. This is what I needed. So yeah, initial schema. Let's delete this again. And I want to create the identity schema first. Gonna get rid of this. We're gonna go to the program and we're gonna remove OpenIdict here. Gonna remove everything here. And we're gonna remove this. Let's try to generate migrations again. Now it should only include the ASP.NET Entity. What? Right. There we go. ASP.NET roles, users. Role claims, user claims, user logins, user roles, user tokens. Okay. But also, we're gonna rename this to create identity schema. Actually, let's just copy the thing from here. But yeah, basically all I needed to do is to remove the migrations and then recreate them. Okay. Then what was the next one? Postgres. We don't need the Postgres migration anymore. Custom user data. So now we're going back here. Comment that. Comment this. And comment this. So now we should have our new field. Sure. Hello. So Now we're gonna create a new migration called custom user data. Yeah, that's our name column. Good. And now we enable OpenAI dict back. And we create a third migration. Create OpenAI dict schema. There we go. Applications, scopes, authorizations, tokens. Perfect. And now if we update, where the hell is that command? If we update the database, it should, it's probably gonna fail. Yeah, because our migrations table, yeah, this still contains our old data. What's this product version? So technically I can just manually put the migration IDs and it should be fine. Or we can drop the table, drop the database and recreate it, but we'll lose our test data, our test users. Technically I can just register a new user. We didn't add anything here, really. Applications, we created that with the code. So yeah, let's drop this test database, identity test. Let's create a new one. That missing table is okay. It will create it. Yeah. Now our migrations look like this. What is this product version? 10.0.10, and it was 10.0.4. Weird. Product version. Is that the assembly version? Actually, probably yes. I don't know. Or is it the tool version? Yeah. That's the version of the EF tool, .NET EF. Okay, that makes sense, sure. But okay, now everything is empty. Although, not everything, because we have our seeding code. So we should have our applications. Well, I guess we never started. Okay, yeah, we have our service worker. And we should have the scope. Yeah. Okay, good. We don't have users anymore, but we can just... let's open a new tab. We can just register a new user. Admin at example.org. Okay, there we go. Sir, yeah? So yeah, that seems to be working. We have our discovery document. When you will abandon the idea of making multiplayer games and make single-player game? I don't know, maybe somewhere along the way, but I will probably never abandon the idea of finishing this project. I will never finish it, but I will continue working on it. If that makes sense. But yeah, I totally agree that the idea of creating MMORPG or just big multiplayer games as a single dev is way too crazy. And you should never do that. I stand behind that point as well. But still, I'm doing that. So, what's next? I guess, yeah, the problem that I have right now is I need to re-implement this Exchange controller. Because, yeah, the default implementation doesn't contain the client credentials grant type, which is weird, really weird. Subject client ID name, display name. I don't even know what we have right now when we authenticate with client credentials. What do we get in the claims? On the bright side, there is possibility of PvE quests on server. Yeah. Not sure what you mean exactly, but sure. What did I want to test? I wanted to test... Crap, I can't do that. At least not on stream. But yeah, I could take a look what we receive in the token when we authenticate with our current implementation of identity server. But why is it not implemented by default? Is it just because they are not sure what claims they want to have? It seems weird. Azure is a single dev. You're working on leaked sources. Yeah, that's also true. But still, you still have to implement the server from scratch, all the infrastructure. You have to make the client work. And in my case, overhaul the whole in-game content and then a bunch of custom stuff. So yeah. It's a bit easier if somebody else have done a bunch of work for you. Allow the name claim to be stored in both the access and identity tokens when profile scope was granted. I don't even think we need the name claim. It's not a required claim, right? For client credentials. We only need the subject. I still not easy. There are massive projects with large teams. These are massive projects. Can't even read anymore. But yeah, basically, if you want to create an MMORPG, it's just so much content, so much stuff, that a single dev creating that from scratch would work for decades on that. But your client credentials are automatically validated. It's just weird that they don't include the default implementation. Let's say I don't want the name. I don't need this then. Destinations. Probably we can like completely omit that. Unless we have to specify. Let's see, what do they have? Oh, so destinations are stored in properties. Properties of a claim. Wait. So, I cannot define claim in here. I could do that in identity server, but I cannot define just a claim on itself. No, wait. User claims. No, that's just role claim. Properties, destinations. This store it is JSON. So yeah, at least I see how the properties are being used. This column right here, it's also a JSON string, basically. So if we omit that, will that mean, that mean that subject will be present in access tokens? Could be not the case. Name, role, wait, claim identity. I guess we need the claim. It's expected by ASP.NET identity to be there. Unless I use subject here. Role claim. Role type, name type. But it's nullable, wait. Claims. I don't know. At least now I understand what this code is doing, but I'm just curious, why didn't they implement this exactly like this in the default controller? Because now I have to basically copy-paste the code from the original controller. Where was it? Here. Not authorize. Exchange. This one. Yeah, connect token JSON. Basically, I need to wait. What is this? Ah, that's the demo. Yeah, demo also overrides it and only includes authorization code grant and refresh token grant. Sorry, missing some chat messages. One sec. My chat is weird. There's what's the state of the game? You code now. It's technically running. It's in like closed beta, but it's closed only because just to indicate that it's not really enjoyable experience of playing. But technically you can play already. There is no restriction. When you register an account, your account gets activated within a minute. And yeah, you can play the game already. It's just, yeah, it's not a lot of content. Like, if you want to know more, you can go to the website. Oh my god, why is it opens? OBS. Sure. Wow. Cloudflare, please, what's going on? I'm being rate limited. Right, I forgot about that. I had to do this. But from your own website, yeah. I had to put rate limits because I'm being constantly spammed by AI bots, which are trying to learn, like train the model on my website for some weird reason and making like hundreds or thousands of requests per second. So I had to put a rate limit, and I just opened the website in one browser, the OBS browser. Then I tried to open it in my main browser, and yeah, I guess it was a little bit too much. But yeah, that's the website. And yeah, you can click the link here, and it's gonna lead you to the forum post that lets you know what's going on. Don't use Cloudflare. Well, I have to. I agree, it did make internet worse, but otherwise I'm just exposing the server to the public without any protection, which means that anybody can just DDoS me really easily. Not even DDoS me, DOS me, just from a single machine. Like, it's... I can't do that. I just can't. And Cloudflare is just the only good option among other products like that. Unfortunately, I have to use it. Filtering users with JS just reduced the limits user base. I'm not actually doing that. So the JS challenge only gets presented if you are actually suspected to be an AI bot or some kind of attacker. Could just use simple backend generated CAPTCHA. No. Like, nowadays it's really easy and pretty cheap to organize just like a short DDoS attack. Who suspects? Like if you're using a weird browser, like your user agent is something like Scraper or something like that. There are like a bunch of rules for that in Cloudflare. But yeah, I'm running basically a minimal setup, except the only exception is the wiki. That one does present the challenge because I need to change the way I've set up the wiki and the caching, because even with all the rate limits, it's a bit way too much when it comes, like when the traffic from AI bots come. So I had to implement the JS challenge there. But the rest of the website is without any challenges. So you're eliminating free software users. Why? No, not really. I'm using Firefox. It's a free software. I built some video with bulletproof proof and still state with their own hubris. I mean, you get their own. I mean, you get banned from Cloudflare. Should only allow Apple users with digital ID and biometrics. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I agree that Cloudflare is like a single point of failure for, first of all. When Cloudflare goes down, half of the internet goes down. That's really bad. And I do say when, because it did happen a few times already. And also, yeah, like I'm delegating the traffic to them, and they can reject certain users. But basically my settings are mostly minimal. The only exception is the wiki. But I will solve that eventually. It's just I need to reconfigure the wiki. It's just MediaWiki as an engine is crap mostly. But it's like the most extensible one with a lot of features out of the box. And I need to configure it so it can actually handle like more than usual traffic from unusual traffic from the bots, and at least stay online properly when even when the rate limits are not working. Because yeah, even with the rate limits, without that JavaScript CAPTCHA, the wiki is not feeling well under the traffic. But yeah, I have a few ideas. I think I know how I can improve that. And once I do that, I will remove the JavaScript CAPTCHA from there. I get discriminated for changing user agent. My account was clean, no violations, no commitment. I don't know. But yeah, it should only aggro on some completely weird user agents. Like if you have a normal user agent, it should be fine. Like for example, my launcher is a custom, well, like Chromium based, but technically a custom browser. Never mind that it's in Portuguese. I tested the localizations. But yeah, technically this is a browser that renders a page from the website protected by Cloudflare, and it has a weird user agent. But it's not like a user agent known to be from malicious bots or something like that. It still works. I'm trying to keep up with the messages. One sec. Your MMS server isn't that big. It's have less than 1,000 concurrent users online. Could use just static site generator and no gatekeeping. Static site generator. I do use static site generators, but also I need forums. Also I need authentication. Also I need wiki, and for users to be able to use the wiki. So yeah. Who decides what's normal user agent? Well, certain rules in Cloudflare configuration. Firefox Add-on Chameleon. Win 10 Firefox 152. So Win10/Firefox 152 is your user agent or what? Yeah, user agent discrimination. But yeah, mostly it should work. If it doesn't work for you, like if the Ymirheim.org doesn't work for you, you can maybe tell me your exact user agent, or maybe you have the Cloudflare trace ID, and I can figure out what exactly triggers. Because yeah, maybe I can fine tune it. It's pretty flexible. But yeah, it should be fine for like all the users except the AI bots. And I would even allow the AI bots if they weren't so aggressive that half of my web services cannot handle them. I don't have the computing powers of something like, I don't know, Facebook to handle that kind of traffic. So this is the example or sample project. Where is the actual source? This is another sample project. No, this is core. This is where we try to find a localization that seems to be nice. Core, also localization, also localization. This is another sample. So what do they do? Authorize? I guess this is the endpoint. On get, I think it shouldn't be the get endpoint. Authenticate. My Discord account was for temporary usage anyways. So it's in deletion stage now, and that's why I avoid single entity thing. But yeah, I also like don't like company-owned single single entity things, including Discord. But with Discord, it's just convenient, and there are a lot of people there. Like, to me, I don't like that everybody migrated from forums to the Discord just because Discord is more convenient. You cannot search Discord from outside, and even inside the Discord, if you want to search something, the search functionality is so crap. It's really hard to use. So yeah, I don't really like that, but it's just the way it is right now. Most people prefer to use Discord, so this is why I've set up the Discord for this project as well. It's just, yeah, I'm trying, like personally, I'm trying to put some important information that appears on Discord, for example, into the wiki or into the forums, so it could be accessed from the outside and properly searched. But yeah, basically, I don't like that most of the forums right now are migrated to Discord. Also, I was considering there are some projects that allow you to publish your Discord server as a website, basically. So you can export the whole server, or at least the public channels of it, as HTML, and then publish that as a website. But again, I think it's a little bit tricky in terms of privacy of the users, because I should have asked the consent for each user to put their Discord messages from the server to the public internet. So I don't know, it's also tricky. But yeah, I was considering that, and maybe I will do that in the future, but again, I need to figure out what to do with the privacy. So we already have like tons of messages from users. It's like either we ask permission of each user to use their messages, which is not doable because a lot of accounts could be dead, basically. Or we implement some kind of way to delete your not private, but personal information from that publicly published HTML website exported from Discord. I don't know, yeah, it is complicated. But it is what it is. I'm already using the Discord, so it's whatever. I'm just trying to make it a little bit more convenient if you're not using Discord to find the information that you need without it. So, yeah, this Contrium project that we were looking at yesterday, it doesn't really implement the token endpoint. I don't see it. Or is it author? No. This is the authorize. And this is basically a login, right? No. Authenticated. No, yeah, it is a login. Yeah, it is a login. And when you log in, it creates the claims identity with a bunch of scopes. and signs you in. Hi, Rebel. Oh, long time no see. How are you doing? Glad to see you still streaming. Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm still not consistent, but I'm really trying to get back to my normal streaming schedule. Hope you're doing well. I wish you and your projects all the best. Thank you. Hope you're doing well too. Good to see you. Why do we have authorize and sign in? None of those are actually OpenID endpoints. So there are two test users. So what does the authorize do? I don't understand this. Try to retrieve the user principal start and the authentication cookie and redirect the user agent to the login page or to an external provider if in the following cases. If the user principal can be extracted. So yeah, if we cannot log in the user, right? But this is not the code flow or anything. No. So it's using the built-in endpoint, I guess. Let's take a look at the authentication. Where's the OpenID, weird name. That's the core, this is the server. Enable the authorization, token, introspection, and user info endpoints. So these are coming from the config file. Clients, endpoints, connect, authorize, connect, introspect. Yeah, where are those endpoints? Looks like those are just the default ones then. Enable authorization endpoint pass-through. An end session endpoint pass-through. Where? Event handler user info request. Huh. Where are those endpoints? Actually, we can probably copy this. Can we search within a directory on GitHub? In this repository, can we search in the directory? Paths. Connect authorize. Pages connect authorize. There it is. So I was looking at it. So this is the authorize endpoint, but it's get. It should be post. I don't understand. What about the token? No, wait. That's the authorize. Authorize is the consent screen. I'm confusing those again. Authorize is the consent screen. End session. Aha. Okay, so we only pass through the authorization endpoint and add session endpoint. But we are using token endpoint, the default one here. Okay, I see. Why client ID is not implemented by default? This is my main problem with this. What is this? So, yeah, I was trying to get the default implementation. Why are you meowing at clip it? So the default implementation, it was in sandbox, ASP.NET Core server, controllers, authorization controller, right? Yeah, connect authorize, get and post. Huh. Oh my god, too many windows. User principal. Do I have to actually rewrite this thing? Because it looks like... No, wait. Authorize. Ah, that's the out. Oh my god. Authorization. Again, I am using the endpoints. I need the token endpoint. Verify, and session token. This one. Key. So we have password grant type, authorization code, device code, refresh token, token exchange, and that's it. So yeah, I guess we copy. Well, I don't need token exchange. Authorization code, device grant, refresh token. I need this. Although the device code, I'm not sure if I'm gonna implement that. But technically we can just copy this. It's the same flow essentially. Password. I'm not gonna have the password grants type, by the way. So request. Let's copy this request acquisition. This way at least it gets checked if it's not null. That's good. Password grant. I don't care. I guess we can have the credentials grant type. What do we have for a password grant type? Access the user manager. Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't need that. So we can copy all of this without token exchange and put it here. So for client credentials, yeah, we do exactly as it was in the docs. We just use the client ID as subject and name as display name as name. Even though I'm pretty sure we don't need this claim, but maybe we need that for ASP.NET identity for some reason. Not gonna deal with that right now. Authenticate async. User manager. Right, I need user manager and sign in manager to sign in the user. Also, I need to copy the destinations method. This. So by default, claims are not automatically included in access and identity tokens. To allow OpenID to serialize them, you must attach them destination key. Name preferred username. Gonna be an access token, and if subject has scope profile. Okay, profile email role. Skip that. And by default, we include everything else in the access token. Probably I need to change this. But okay, we have that. Yeah, I need user manager and sign-in manager. Let's copy that. User manager and sign-in manager. What? How come it doesn't exist? If it's right there. Huh? Ah. Guess it get copied incorrectly. Okay. I need to add style cop rules for this project, but okay, it doesn't matter right now. So we should be good. So yeah, actually it's fine. All that we copied is the authentication code grant logic. Authentication scheme user, find user by ID, subject, can sign in. We build the claims. Yeah, I guess here I need to assign all the claims that I need. Set destinations. Well, okay, makes sense that we override this actually, because each project can be different and with different claims. It's just I would like to have this configured in the database like I could do in identity server. But okay, so this should be enough. Why is this possible that it's null? Huh? Subject can be null, I guess. I guess, like that. Now what, I want to throw another brick into Discourse Garden. They restrict voice channel access from phone browsers. But if you make your mobile browser to advertise desktop OS, voice channels are becoming accessible. Really? Yeah. User agent. Weird. Interesting. But yeah, it's just basically third party. Well, like, I treat Discord as like replacement of Skype with like more, how do I say it? More sophisticated chat rooms. Like, I look at it like that. But yeah, like a lot of projects these days just use Discord instead of setting up forums or even documentation. Like, I stumbled upon some projects, like even open source projects, that only have Discord and that's it. The only way to interact with them or even access documentation is through Discord. And yeah, it's weird. I really don't like that. But yeah, for my project, Discord is completely optional. It's just for people to talk and basically as a channel to notify people of some like updates, news, stuff like that. You can completely skip it, and you can use just forums, and you can authenticate on the forums with the same Ymirheim ID that you use to log into the game. Also, you can use that on the wiki as well, so everything is like completely on its own. That's why issues for Git platforms and wikis exist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like for open source projects, you have GitHub, you have other hosting platforms, and all of them support issues, support wikis. Like, yeah. It's easy to do. And if you don't like the way wikis are presented, for example, on GitHub, it's free to set up like a static website on GitHub and build your own documentation instead of GitHub wiki. Really easy to do. But yeah. What is this thing? Possible null reference argument. What? How is it possible if it's literally checking for null? Or is it saying that client ID can be null? Client ID may not be null here. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I'm still a little bit new to strict nullable types in C#. I still haven't migrated my project to this thing. So we could do this. Okay. Okay, we need to test this now. So we need to try and authenticate. Oh, by the way, I forgot. I also need to enable the authorization code flow but that's not it. I also guess need to enable refresh. Wait, how was that called? Wait, that's the sandbox. Where was it? Here. Allow authorization code flow. I guess it enables all the other like sub flows. But yeah, we're only interested in these two code flows. So we take a look here. Device grant, that's the grant type. Okay, that's not flow, that's grant type. So authorization code flow will include the code grant type, device grant type, and refresh token grant type. Do we need to enable those? I don't think so. Also, I guess we can enable endpoints. We can enable other endpoints that are built into this thing. Where was it? Huh. This one doesn't even specify that. Let's take a look at this example. Yeah, this one has more authorization endpoint, token endpoint. Where am I? Token endpoint, introspection, I don't care about that. User info, I don't care about that. And session, I don't care about that, at least for now. Allow authorization code flow. Implicit now, hybrid. Wait, I need 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸📵. Hybrid is 𝙽𝙴𝚁, right? Hybrid flow support. Some tokens are returned from authorization endpoint, the others are returned from token. No, this is not it. 𝙽𝙴𝚁 is different, I guess. Refresh token flow. Need that. Enables implicit flow support. Like 𝙽𝙴 is a subtype basically of implicit, right? figures out an edict to force client applications to use proof key for code exchange 𝙽𝙴 when requesting authorization code. When using the code or hybrid flows. When forced authorization requests that lack the code challenge parameter will be rejected. It should be enabled by default, I believe. Can't even check that. Do they have it in the sample here? No. But wait, this set this to true. There's no way to set this to false, so it should be false by default then, logically speaking. When using code or hybrid flows. I would have to test this, because I don't remember how exactly 𝙽𝙴 works. I thought, like, if I remember correctly, it works on top of the implicit flow, but I may be wrong. Maybe it works on top of the authorization code flow. So we're not going to enable implicit for now, because pure implicit is definitely not something that I want to have. It's legacy. Let's try with authorization and require proof for code challenge. Maybe that will be good enough. So we have that. Yeah, endpoints. I was working on the endpoints. And yeah, we did specify all of those that we're interested in. Register claims. Register scopes. This is how we expose them in the discovery document. And it's just an array of strings. Okay. The keys, do we have them? Yeah, the development ones, but okay. What is this? Register the custom event handler responsible for populating user info responses. Yeah, I don't care about that for now. We don't use validation here, only server. Okay. I do need to add chords, but for now, again, we can skip it just for testing. So now, can we test this somehow? Actually, that's gonna be tricky. At least it builds. Okay, now we have more. We have token endpoint and authorization endpoint. Claims supported. Scopes. Response modes. Grant types. Client credentials. Authorization code. Refresh token. Okay. The discovery document looks good. Can we test this? I don't even know if I have Postman on my PC. I don't think I have it. Maybe that's good, because Modern Postman is a very proprietary thing. Can we... Guess we can just do manual requests. Because all that we need is just a single request. I think I even saw that somewhere. Yeah, here. Client credentials. Client ID and secret. So yeah, I guess we can just try and create a new request. New request to token endpoint. To the token endpoint. Why is it not cleared? Clear. Thank you. Token. Oops. Content type. URL form, URL encoded. Right, now for the client applications, we need client ID service worker. Client secret. This is encoded secret. What's the secret that we put in there? This one. Here. Client secret. Send. Huh? Course. Course. Can we... Also, I don't remember where exactly this is defined, in which order. Do we have that in the examples? Huh. No. Let me Google that. .NET, use course. Must be called before use response cache and before use authorization, authentication. Okay, I guess here. Will that help? No. How do I allow all? I need a policy. Services at course. Then use course, allow all. At least this is what we're doing for the dev. Oh, I forgot to restart actually. Maybe use course is good enough. Forget to restart the server again. No, it's not enough. Okay, let's try this now. Like, can you please let me execute a test request? What? It died. And credentials at the same time. Sure. Okay. Does this work now? No. Can I edit and resend to be a post? Content type. URL encoded. Okay, we have a response. Sure, now we use proper client ID and proper client secret. There we go. This is our token. This is our token. What do we have here? Huh? It's not a JWT? Interesting. Wait, how? It should be JWT, right? And we should be able to see like the subject and the name claims inside. What the hell? What is this? Oops. What the hell? AT plus JWT. What the hell is this? This is not a normal JWT. Even though it has a JWT header, this is not correct. And signature, is the signature correct? I can't even check the signature. The second statement, the JWT payload must represent a completely valid JSON object. Yeah, what the hell is this thing? What the hell is this thing? I guess it's encrypted. I saw something about that in the documentation. I don't remember where. OpenEdict implements the JSON Web Token, JSON Web Signature, JSON Web Encryption standards, and relies on Azure whatever library developed and maintained by Microsoft to generate signed and encrypted tokens using the credentials registered in the server options. To protect against token substitution and confused deputy attacks, OpenEdict 3 Plus uses the standard type JWT header to convey the actual token type. AT plus JWT. Access token, right? Plus JWT, no? This mechanism replaces the private token usage claim used for the same purpose in previous versions of OpenEdict. Access tokens produced by OpenEdict 3 Plus are always issued with a type AT plus JWT, while identity tokens are type JWT for backward compatibility. What is exactly AT plus JWT? That's JWT access token. Other types of tokens only accepted by OpenEdict tone endpoints use private token types prefixed by OI. By default, the OpenEdict server enforces encryption for all the token types it supports. While this enforcement cannot be disabled for authorization codes, refresh tokens, and device codes for security reasons, it can be relaxed for access tokens when integration with third-party API resource servers is desired. Access token encryption can also be disabled if the resource servers receiving the access tokens don't fully support JSON Web Encryption. So it is encrypted. Where is that thing? Does this support an encryption? No. But yeah, I guess at server options, we just disable that. Okay. Let's take a look at this now. What did it want to access? But okay, this is the proper JWT. Okay. So issuer expires issued at JWT ID subject service worker. Yeah, this is internal. Token ID, client ID. Do we have any of these tokens in here? Yes, we do have them. Access token. No payload, no anything. Okay. So what are these again? Can I remove this? Right, I can't even search this. I mean, I believe I can, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because maybe it's needed for internal purposes. I don't know. But yeah, also, it's interesting that the tokens are encrypted. Tokens are encrypted. So where do we need the tokens? Access tokens. We need them on the resource servers to be able to basically check and retrieve the information, right? So we don't use these values prefixes, private. So what are those values? Presenter. What the hell is presenter? Token ID, I guess. I don't think we need that. Why are they there? I guess I can easily filter that out from the access tokens, but I just don't know if I can do that. But okay, we will figure it out later. It's getting really late. I really need to end the stream. So yeah, what did we do today? Well, we played a lot with OpenEdict. We figured out what we want from our application, like what it's gonna be. And yeah, we will actually use proper MVC, and we're not gonna use the identity UI package at all. So that's for sure. Which also means that most of the code that we have in our current Ymirheim identity server, we can reuse. It's just, yeah, all of that needs to be ported from identity server to OpenEdict, and with OpenEdict, it's looks like it's much more complicated. But it's okay. It's not really hard. It's just, it's going to be a challenge to make it properly compatible with the existing clients. It's going to be a challenge, but it's okay. Also, we figured out that we can just delete the built-in migrations that were created by the project template and just create migrations from scratch for Postgres. This is what we should have done to begin with. But yeah, a lot of experiments, a lot of learning today and yesterday as well. Tomorrow I will be working on the bosses again, I guess. We will leave these identity things for the weekend, I think. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for chatting. And hope you having a good day. And hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.